Hello, good morning. Happy Sunday, everyone. Hopefully you're all having a great day so far. It is just beginning for me, and I'm looking forward to doing a little bit different things today. That sort of is what Sunday is turning into. Is let's just sort of have fun with code. And last week and this week, that means playing some Screeps Arena. And specifically with Rust, because of course. Now, last time we created a bunch of Screeps that I think they failed to beat any actual like opponents that did anything real. Let's see what we were trying to do here. So let's see. We have like a setup that allows us to do logging. We have some functions that we're using. I'm thinking about breaking some of these out into like a library module or something like that. Then we have then we have the tick. So this is essentially the loop function. And then we can go ahead and see, we get the number of ticks. So if it's tick number 1, we go ahead and run setup. If it's the capture the flag, then we're going to go ahead and run everything else. So yeah, I sort of feel like I want to break this out a little bit, but we don't have a second type of game right now. So I'm also kind of like thinking, well, what if I just don't use this entire feature thing? And I just leave that out. It's not going to affect anything at all. Or wait, maybe does it? Because like it's actually looking for the feature if I don't have it in there. I vaguely remember there was some like problem with us not having it. In my other screen, I do have a cargo watch going on. So it's compiling and deploying the code into the correct folder. So we can go ahead and run it if necessary. So my current thought for what we can do, because right now we got my creeps, my enemy creeps, we get the flags, we find the closest enemy to the flag, and then we attack that enemy. And meanwhile, the healers go straight for the other flag. This works, but they just get murdered by anybody who has like a different strategy. So I'm thinking, what if we all go for the updates? So we bide our time, we go into the middle of the arena, and we just go for whatever update is closest to us. Then we do that until, see, let's actually write in what our strategy is. Capture the flag strategy. All right, so have all my creeps move into the center of the arena and collect resources. Those resources will make us much more powerful than the other creeps, which I think is one of the reasons why we would be able to win if we were more powerful, and plus if we kept our healers close to us. So everyone into the river, into the center. We're gonna go and collect resources. We're also going to check to see if the opponents are in the middle, in the river too. Attack them. So if they're in the middle to get the upgrades, we need to attack them. Otherwise, they might be in the middle because they're heading over to our flag. Attack them there too. Dota, hello. Good morning. Happy Sunday. How are you doing today? And then if if like 3/4 of the game is over, and the new guys won't let you work 2 places at once. Oh, I guess like your new contract. Interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking like my current job does not have a clause in it saying that I can't do any side gig work. So that's interesting. But like I know some people like in the past that's been like a concern for some employees. Sometimes it isn't. It's always fascinating which ones like are paranoid about that. Yeah, 3/4 of the game is over. So I forget. I think it's something like we have 2,000 ticks. So what if 1,500 ticks have passed, then go after the flag, like with everybody. That's the only thing I can think of. But there's a few things to obviously do here. So previously, we just got the closest enemy to the flag. They expressly wrote in a policy book, if you have a second job, report it to HR. That's fun. I wonder, like, hopefully it's only just to like, hey, in case you're like literally double dipping in the same industry, or like for our, don't work for our competitors type thing, as opposed to, we want you to focus 100% of your life on us. You belong to us now. One is okay maybe, and one is definitely not, in my book. Okay, so we have get us, get our enemies, get our closest to the flag. Okay, get the closest enemy to the flag. I think this would actually be okay, right? It's like we now know the closest to the flag, so we need to know if they've gone into the river. So I guess like let's start over here with our steps of what we would do. So like if this was a real life RTS that I was playing, the first thing I'd be checking is, okay, I guess like on step 1 we are, just I guess like doing the steps. We already have our creeps and everything else there, so I just need to like click on a creep and tell it, okay, go into the center area. So this is like turn-based game, so I can have them all do that on every turn. So okay, everybody move towards the middle of the arena. And this might be one of those, okay, if there are no what is it called? If there's no power-ups, then move towards the opponent's flag. Maybe we want to do something like that. So here we have flags. I wonder if I want to create a struct to sort of hold these to make it a little bit easier to get like my flag versus the opponent's flag. And so in that case, I might want to create a few more files to sort of play around with this. So if I grab the flags here. So first of all, we have, okay, all of my creeps. We've got all my creeps. This is great. I do have this as a struct down here. And we're doing ECS style, just to store the roles in them. And that's fine. What are we setting as the roles? It's probably just nothing, right? I do roll new creep. So then I have roll. Oh, the roll. So it decides like, hey, this is your roll based upon your body. Like, what will you have in here? Okay, that makes sense. So we get all my creeps. We get the enemy creeps. Do we want to put them into categories too so we can figure out what roles they are? Because that way, if I see an enemy creep, do I want to know, okay, it's a melee person. So I want to, I don't know. I don't know if that matters that much. It probably does. We can ignore it for right now, though. So we just have a vector of our opponents. Okay, we get the 2 flags. Now in get flags, my flag is first. So if flags first is okay, so my flag is always the first flag, and the opponent's flag is always the second flag. So, okay. Let's have us attack our opponent. Attack the opponent's flag unless we can find... Okay, so I want to find next. So let's not do any of this stuff. Next up, I want to grab all of the power-ups. Which I need to actually launch the game. Okay, so there's resource. That's not what we're looking for. Body part, a separate part of a creep body. Step over body part by a creep to augment the creep with body part. Okay, so these are the little drops that you get in the center of the arena. So it's a class. So can I find this? Body part. Absolutely. Okay. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, so okay, so get body parts. And I suppose we'll just return a vector of body part. So I guess we'll just get objects by prototype. Prototype body part, and I think that then returns a vecti of what this is, which is body part. Okay, so now I can. Oh well, that's easy enough that I can just do on its own. I don't need a function for that. So that. Perhaps we should take a look at what these are, and I wonder if I can. Console log them out, or if I'm gonna have to do some other weird fun stuff for that. See if I do for body part and body parts. We're getting to that point again where Rust Analyzer is not giving me help inside of here. I mean, it knows it. At least VS Code knows it. And then, what do I want to do with you? I want to warn body part dot. Okay, so I can get like the X and the Y with that, which means I can move to it. Can I get what it is? Part type. Returns the type of the body part. Okay. So I can do part type. Doesn't implement display. How about debug? Okay. So if we come back here and we're going to play against an idle opponent. And what I'm looking for down here is this is a log as soon as we see a body part show up down here. Oh, there he goes. Okay, so there's an attack right here. And now we see an attack and a move. Okay, nice. So then we're probably going to want... Okay. I don't know if the arena is exactly the same every single time. So I might want to, if we can't find a body part, everyone move towards the opponent's flag. Maybe that's what we're going to do. But if we find a body part, then those of you, then everybody move back towards the river. I doubt we can move here, right? 50-50 is right here, right in the middle. I doubt we can move right there, but we should all be able to go after the body part. Let's have, let's blindly, so like the simplest possible thing, just go towards it and whoever gets it, right? It doesn't really matter. So for body part and body parts, I want us all to move towards it. So we're gonna do my creeps. Okay, so we need to loop through these as well because my creeps is my creeps. I can have like and everyone move towards. So hub function all move to. This could be like a body part that we get. We could potentially do like a generic type. So I don't think I need mute on any of these. Okay, so I'll move to self and then also what am I thinking? I'm thinking just a body part potentially, which would be a part. And I don't need to return anything for this, so we're gonna do for creep and self dot creeps move to options I think is a none. Okay, so you expected a JS value, you found this part. Okay, so maybe it's not a part that I send in. Oh, maybe it's this body part here, which is a body part. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I actually need to take ownership of it. I might be able to get away with just a reference. No errors. Okay, so let's save you. And let's try you again and see whether or not we'll probably just stay okay, this will just stay doing sort of nothing until the body parts exist, and then everyone just rushes over to each body part. Oh, but interesting. Okay, so they're going after the most recent part that's been put down. As opposed to the closest one, or the first one that was put down. What I probably want to do is start like splitting up and having them go based upon which one's closest to them. Or I want to be smart about it and have the appropriate types move towards it. So, for example, for attack, Okay, this is a attacker guy who got that, so that's good. That makes them stronger. But potentially this is a non-healer that's gonna get this one. Whoa, this one moves so much faster. You got this one. Oh, but you are the healer. Okay. So you're just getting lucky. There's a ranger is getting the ranged attack. Okay. Anyone can get the move. Now, of course, we're never attacking. Like, we're never going after, like, any of the other creeps or anything like that. We're just being greedy and gathering all these things and not doing a very good job of it, too. So, we have multiple of these down at the same time. I kind of feel like this arena is exactly the same position each time. I kind of want to like position my guys here and here. And then send individuals to go collect the power-ups. When possible. Of course, they're doing the same thing, so we might end up getting into fights with them up here. Because if we're way over here and they just send everybody down this way and go up to get the flag, we're way out of position. We'll never be able to catch them. That is the argument for leaving the warriors behind and have everybody else sort of move up. So I've seen two opponents so far. One opponent left everyone back at base and sent one creep out to go collect power-ups and become just a super creep. The other bot sent everybody out but left one or two creeps behind to protect the base. I think that might be a good idea. We can designate our fighters at the end as our defenders. So when we create our roles, let's say if you have attack, what if we just say you're a self fighter, but that really means defender. Okay, so defenders stay here and we'll wait until opponents are close and then attack at that point in time. So we can maybe handle that code now. So for our creeps, so handle defenders. What do I want to do with this one? So want the defenders to hang out at the base and wait until we're attacked. If they see any enemies within, something that is interesting is that all of this is swampland. Swampland is really slow to move. So I kind of wonder if we should move our defenders back here. Forcing them to take attacks from us while they move through this swamp, which like slows them down significantly. And so this is what, 3-3. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if it's within range of 4 from the flag, I think then we attack, and we can have them move back to the flag. Which would be our flag. Okay. So we want the defenders to hang out the base and wait until we're attacked. If they see any enemies within 4 units ranged, within 4 of our flag, attack them. Okay, so I could potentially hang out and do nothing and just like leave them exactly where they are. Let's also like let's hand them in our flag. So we'll do our flag is a flag. So we also need enemies. This is gonna be a vector. I'm not pressing shift these days. Okay, vector of creep. All right, so I need to find what is the distance between our flag and the enemy creep, and then we'll attack, I guess, the first one that we see that is close. Or maybe we should just find the closest one. That might be best for this. So we can do a 4 enemy in enemies. And these enemies are indeed a vector of creep. Yeah, okay, perfect. And, okay. So we have this flag. I need a distance to the flag. Okay, so let distance equals our flag. We can do find closest by range or find closest by path. Oh, this takes an array of these. So if I do this, oh, this is where I have to create my own array. I have to do this entire thing. Where's that code? Right here. We create a new array for enemy and enemy creeps. We push that creep into the array. And then we can do this closest by path here. So we actually do this already here. So hold on, it's slightly different. So we create an array of the enemies. For enemy in the enemies. Push them into the enemy array. And that allows us to Now use find closest by path from our flag. That gives us an option here. So we have a none if there's none that are close at all because we've killed all the enemies, or some because like there's something that's close. All right, so I don't think that I want to this is the closest to the enemy flag. I don't know if I actually want to do this one. I think I just want the find range. Oh, find in range. Get range 2. Oh, I might want one of these instead. I think get range 2 might be a little bit better. Okay. Let's try this over again. We'll sort of like, I know a reduce would probably be better, but let's just do this like manually first. We'll do a let closest enemy in range is going to equal to a none. Let sort of like the range that we're sort of looking for, so is going to be what, a 5? And we'll loop through our enemies. So for enemy and enemies, we're going to then find. Okay, so then let enemy range equals flag dot get range 2. Position which would be a reference to an object, which would be the enemy. Expected reference object found a creep. I was kind of hoping that would work. So I need to create an object now. Okay, so let our object equals then we have to do is like reflect, I think is what it was called. We're gonna do reflect set. Okay, target is going to be this object. Property key is going to be an X, and the value is going to be the enemy.x. And then I want this to be a Y. You do not need to be mutable. Also, you're super upset now. Because of that. Expected a reference property key. Okay, so I give it the target object, property key. A U32, a JS value, or... Oh, wait, do you have to be a string? So, like, I just do an into on you? No? None of those things, okay. Okay, so it actually needs this to be a JS value, whatever that means in this case. So I need to go look at reflect and set to see how this works. Oh, same as set. Wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Dota, hello. What does go mean in SQL speak? Like the command go in SQL? I don't think I've ever used that. I don't think I've ever heard of a go command in SQL. Interesting. Twitch acting up on you again? Oh no. Okay, hold on. I want this to be a different browser. Okay, the static reflect set method works like setting a property on an object. So reflect set object 1 property 142. Okay, so that's what I'm expecting it to use. Okay. So on reflect set on this object here. So our object, I want to set a X and set that to something like the enemy.x here. So if I don't do you're unhappy, mismatched types, expected, a reference. So this would actually be object. Okay, so expected, a reference, wasn't bind gen JS value, found a static stir. That feels... How do I use you? I can make you be a string, but that doesn't seem to like that either. Okay, so we need to create something that's a JS value. Okay, so I can do a JS value from stir. Creates a new JS value, which is a string. The UTF-8 string. Okay, so what if I did JS value from stir X. Okay, expected a reference. All right. Okay, and then value expected a JS value found a U8. Okay, so same thing here. So we're going to use JS value. I guess I have a U8. We could convert it into a string and then go from there. That might be our best bet. So we have our enemy dot x dot to string. Oh, is that going to be an actual string? It is. So then I need to slice you. Okay. Okay, so I now have this object is set here. So, okay, we now get enemy in range. We can do the exact same thing for Y. So object, okay, so now we do Y here, Y here. I should probably create this into like a helper function for us. Then we're gonna get the enemy range. Okay, so get the range to our enemy. We're gonna get this U8 back. We can have like the closest. So mute closest equals, let's do 0 because if it's 0, it actually, they've won already and it doesn't matter. Okay, so, or, no, because I want to check this if it's, okay, we're going to do like, it's an, oh, this is a U8, so how about 255? So, if enemy range is less than closest, then we're resetting this now, right? So closest now becomes equal to enemy range, and closest enemy in range now becomes a sum enemy. Okay. Do you return an result? You do. Okay, then by the end of this, we should have the absolute closest. So now here, if closest is less than 5, then I want to have us move toward, like, attempt to attack. So that would be our we would probably want to like handle this in another function. So like tell our defenders to attack. Oh, I guess we need to loop through and have our defenders, don't we? So for creep in, I guess it would be my creep. don't want to take ownership of this. I want to match essentially on my creep. Let's get, we need the roll thing too. So we need to iter. Okay, so then I get the index. I can now match on self dot rolls of index. Okay, so if you're a defender and there's these creeps that are really close, we're all going to attempt to attack that close one. So we'll say my creep dot attack our target. Our target is the closest enemy in range. If the closest is less than 5, then we know we have one set up. If it's still 255, then we probably don't. So we can unwrap here safely. And then we need to move towards it in the case that this doesn't work. So if we attempt to attack it, and that result is air not in range, it's under constant return code. That's what it is. Okay, so if you're not in range, then move towards it. So my creep, move 2, target is the same thing. It's gonna be closest in range. And do that. Okay, so if you head into here, we attack. Everybody else, we don't want to really do anything. Or at least that's not being handled here. I don't think I really have anything that's like if I run this, nothing's gonna happen. Our handle defenders are just gonna sit there, but I guess we'll run them here. So we're not gonna all move to the body parts. That was cool, but we're gonna do a my creeps, handle defenders, our flags. That's gonna be flag dot 0 and enemy creeps. Okay, so I guess like technically that should work for defenders. And now everybody else, I want to go into the middle and grab the closest body part that you see. So we can have another function here. So pub function collect closest body part. We already have my creeps. We need the body parts that we find. Yeah, we'll have this vector of body. Well, we can actually just grab these in there. Okay, so. Okay, so step 1 is to grab all the body parts. For each of our creeps, find the closest body part and then move towards it. Which does mean we need an array of these body parts, don't we? Which is going to be this fun thing where we're creating an array and we're pushing in body parts instead of enemies, and then we can do this find closest by path. Does it need to be mutable? No, it's so weird. Oh wait, no, wait. That's not mutable. It would feel that it should be immutable, right? So this is going to be our body part array. Okay, so we push those into the array, so we have those as an array now. Then I should be able to, for each creep, so we're going to loop through all those. So for we're going to want to do this with the roles too. So we want to find so for each creep we want to find the body part closest to us. So that closest body part equals creep dot find closest by path. Our positions is going to be this body part array. We kind of lose what type this is. So I hope this is going to work for us. Up here, we grabbed that. Oh, see, okay. At this point, we then used reflect to grab the ID out of it. So I guess we can use reflect, then get the XY and go after it that way. Otherwise, it's just confused. Just not great. Okay, so there's body parts. Can I move towards it? So let's match self dot rolls index. Okay, so if you're a defender, I don't actually want to do anything. If you're a ranger, all right, for right now, we're going to have them all just move towards it, but that could be interesting to then also say like, hey, ranger, go towards the closest ranger body part. Okay, so I want to do creep dot move 2. Our target is now going to be this closest body part. We can unwrap it here. All right, you're not yelling at me. I am not trying to return anything for this. No op? Doesn't like that. Oh, because move to returns. Okay, move to has a return code. Okay, so hold on. Let's do that. Technically right now, I want you to do the same thing, but eventually I'm going to want you to do something different. And then defenders don't do anything at all. Okay. Next up, just in case we can't find a body part, let's do an if closest body part is none, then I just want to break and return. So let's just exit the entire function early. We're done. Wrong language. I can't do that. I can do that. You don't need to be mutable because I'm working with JavaScript in here. So that's fun. All right, so we can now collect the closest body part in here. So we handle defenders, and then we do my creeps. Collect the closest body part. And then the final thing is, once we reach a certain period of time, or if our enemies are close to us, I want to kill them. So I wonder if I want to do something like, if an enemy creep is within 5 of us, of like any of our creeps, we attack. We swarm and attack. Maybe? We should probably do a like get the closest enemy and just attack them and take them out. So Okay, so defenders will defend. Everybody else is collecting. To determine if we're collecting, I want to know where our enemies are. Are they going after our flag? We just collect. I guess what we can do is if anybody comes near us, we swarm and we just attack them just completely and totally. Swarm and attack them completely. Which means we need to find where I need to get the closest enemy to any of us. So let's do another function here. So closest, like okay, closest or enemy within range. We'll have our enemies, which is that vec of creep. I'm okay with also making this a reference to the vector of creeps. I guess that's not a vec then, is it? It's an array. So it would be, what is that? Would it actually be an array like that? It's basically a vector slice. It's a slice of a vector. It just happens to be the full amount. Okay, so we have our enemies, we have our own things, we have our roles. I don't think that matters in this case. I just want to find the closest enemy to us. Okay, so we can just do like the range, the threat range. And this could be a U8 because I believe that's what they're setting for us. So we're going to return an option with a reference to a creep inside, which will be a reference to one of these creeps. Okay. It's not an array like that. My brain is not thinking of the right thing. Okay, I'm just gonna do vec like this and let usually rest analyzer or Clippy will yell at me and tell me, oh, just do the other thing. It'll be better. All right, so now we're not returning an option with a creep. Okay, so let's do the same thing. So let mute creep enemy in range. And we're going to return that. So then we're going to loop through all of our enemies. Okay, so we have a reference to this creep. We now need to get, we now need to do this fun same thing that we do up here to create this object. So I think I'm gonna want to create some function, some like helper function to do this type of thing for us. What I kind of want to do is like get to the point where we can like beat one enemy and then start going from there. That will like then set up like a little bit better code at that point in time. Until then, I'm just sort of like doing massive changes in strategy until like we find some way to beat some enemy that does something besides just sit down and do nothing. Okay, so enemy within range, we do that. For creep, okay, so we want to do this. So this same thing here. We even get the range to it. So hold on, I think this is going to be almost exactly the same, isn't it? Threat range is going to be this one here. So let's do let closest range equal, we'll do 255. Okay, so enemy range, instead of our flag, this will have to be, okay, so we create these for each enemy, we create this, and now we need to loop through all of our creeps. So for creep in okay, we're gonna get range to the objects of the enemy here. We get, okay, so we have this. If enemy range is less than closest range, then enemy in range becomes a sum enemy and closest range equals the enemy range. All right, so by the end of this, we should have the closest creep to the closest enemy to one of our creeps. Homeless, hello. Building Node.js app and want to host it on AWS Lightsail container. Do you need to store the database username password in .env file on the container, or is it better if you provide this as an environment variable via the AWS Lightsail container dashboard? Personally, I like to use the AWS dashboards for the variables if possible. So I haven't used them. I haven't really used them yet, but AWS also has this key management system where you can put secret variables and they'll like encrypt it and have it be like more available, and you don't have to like hard code it into the dashboard either. I haven't looked into it very much, but that would be even better. I have no idea if that supports it. But generally speaking, I would put the dev environment variables into like the code base, because like those are things like keyboard cat or something else. Like nobody cares about that because that database doesn't exist except ephemerally on my computer when I'm like deving. But for the actual production stuff, yeah, Dota is correct. You want your production secrets in AWS, not in the env file in your code base. And whatever you do, do not put those secrets into GitHub or any other code repository. Somebody will find it, even if it's a private repo. Somebody will be able to find it, and bad things happen. Also, having an environment variable in AWS makes it so that when you rotate those, which again, somebody eventually will compromise something, you'll have to just change that out. Having those environment variables makes it super easy and fast to change. If you commit a password into a code base, usually it does. You know, I've gotten mixed results with that. Like sometimes I get an email, sometimes it takes a long time to get them. All right, so after this, we now have the closest enemy to one of our creeps. So I now want to return that enemy, but we don't know. It might be outside of this threat range. So then here I say, if our, wait, no, not in this loop. Here, if closest range is less than threat range, then we want to return the enemy in range. Otherwise, I just want to return a none. So then before we're all going after body parts, we then find out, is there an enemy in range? And let's just say enemy range would be 5 right now. Okay, so if let some enemy in range, I guess this would just be an enemy to attack. Okay, so if it's an else, collect body parts. However, if there is an enemy within range, we want to attack that enemy. So this is now going to be hub function attack enemy. So we're going to loop through. Okay, so if we're a defender, we don't want to do anything here. We're just gonna hang out. If we're a ranger, we're going to go on the attack now. So what does that look like? That looks like if creep dot ranged attack, and we're going to attack our target is the enemy. What was that called? It's like a return code. That's what it is. Okay, return code not in range. Then creep dot move to enemy. Okay, so everybody move towards that enemy and ranged attack it if you're a ranger. Okay, otherwise healers. So I want healers to find the person with the lowest health and heal them. So I want another function here. So this could be a private function for right now. Get creep with lowest health. Okay, so if we have an option creep, okay, so I want to guess we'll just do lowest health. Creep with lowest health. You're a none. We'll go ahead and return that at the end. We have to loop through all of our creeps. So for creep in self.creeps, but I want to not take ownership of this. Oh, I don't want to take ownership of you either. Okay, so for creep in self.creeps, I want to check the health. So I guess I can need a let health. I don't know what to initialize this to. Like 0? Maybe? Okay, so if creep dot oh, that's what it is. Hits max. Okay, so if I could do creeps with the lowest health. So okay. Hits max minus. Okay, so let this is health like current, like, okay, so hit points lost. So hits HP lost equals hits max minus creep dot hits. Okay, so that gives me a U32 here. So then if this is the largest amount, okay, so if HP lost is greater than lowest health, so this is not lowest health anymore, this is most HP lost. Okay. HP lost, lowest. Okay. If HP lost is greater than lowest health, nope, is now most HP lost. Okay, so then most HP lost is equal to HP lost and creep with lowest health, which is, that's not exactly true, but we'll do that. And then down here. So, okay, then we should just return this one. So this means that somebody has lost some kind of health, and time for you to go and deal with this. Go heal them. So get creep with the lowest health happens here now. So let creep in need of healing. Okay, so if this is really an if let, isn't it? So if let sum Okay, so now we have the other creep here. So the creep in need of healing, and then we can then take our creep and then attempt to heal it. So if creep dot heal creep in need of healing. Move towards that creep and attempt to heal it. I have an error somewhere around here. I'm not seeing the red. Oh, here it is. Lifetime mismatch. Data from enemies is returned here. This parameter and return type are declared with different lifetimes. Okay, so enemy in range is this thing. Otherwise, I wonder, can I clone creeps? So can I do this? Okay, so we have enemy creeps here. Borrow move value for enemy creeps. Okay, yeah, I want to borrow you too. So handle defenders. You need to take in a reference. The trait bound Wazenbeijan JS value attackable is not satisfied. The trait attackable is not implemented for just JS value. So you were working for a second. So, oh, I don't want, okay, now that it's a reference. There we go. Okay, we're back to working again. Where's my code here? Okay, so if there's an enemy in range, then I want to have everyone attack the enemy. With the enemy being that specific enemy. Oh, I'll, instead of dereference, let me just clone it. Oh, you take a reference. Okay, never mind. Hold on. I'm doing it the wrong way. Just that. Okay, everybody attack that enemy. And then I need to, regardless, I want to handle our heals. Oh, so like attack enemy, but like if there's an enemy around, healers should heal. I feel like I'm doing this wrong, but okay. Heals heal if there's an enemy around. Otherwise, everybody's just sort of going and doing their own thing. Select the closest body parts. Okay. And then finally, if there's not much time left, it's okay. So if tick is greater than or equal to, like, let's say 1500, then we need to just go for the enemies, don't we? Like just kill everybody. So function function attack everyone. Oh wait, that's this then. Get the enemy array, find the closest enemy to the flag. Get the ID by that. And then fighters attack, rangers range, healers just go for the flag. So if I do this in here, will we be strong enough now to just have that sort of like, kind of works. You're now defenders, not fighters. You're upset because borrow move value. Oh, flags. I moved the flag. Right here. I don't want to do that. So handle defenders. You take in a reference to a flag. Okay. No no errors. So first of all, can we beat the idle opponent? That's all we want to see. Can we beat the idle opponent? We're not. Okay, we just sat there for a long time, just hanging out until we start seeing all of these guys, okay? So far, so good. A new one comes in, but we're still going after these ones. So now this looks a little bit better. I'm liking this so far. Oh, we got an error. Oh, script execution timed out. No, that's not good. Let's speed this up till the fastest possible, 20 ticks per second. So, because we have 2,000 ticks total. It looks like the game ends at 16:23, which is, I believe that means we win because we probably go and get the flag. But our defenders are sitting here still, so that's fine. And we're just moving back and forth, picking up all the power-ups. some of our creeps aren't moving anymore. It's probably this execution, script execution timed out now. We're getting too slow, which is not great. I wonder if we have like, it doesn't sound like a memory error. Okay, so we attack everyone and then we just stop. That's the end. Hold on, let's I'm gonna do that again, but this time instead of watching it live, I want to gonna let it simulate fully, and then we can watch the replay, which is usually a little bit easier to like, it'll be at least fully done. We can just watch it live at that time. Okay, 1620. Now we can watch this replay and sort of see. Same thing happened. We go after all of these stuff. If I scrub forward, that creep is like stuck behind now. Oh, we're getting these timed out again. Now our healer's going after and they're taking the flag while we're just sort of attacking random units here. Okay, that's fine. So I guess we won that one. We can see what happens. Let's play against one round of a rated round. Let's play and see what happens. Defeat. 644 ticks. Oh, they rushed us, didn't they? Our new rating is 563. So let's see what happened here. So we're in the bottom right. They're in the top left. They are getting really cozy with their flag. Okay, we all move out and start going for the power-ups. I mean, it's... Oh. Their towers start attacking us. Okay. They don't really do that much damage. They're attacking us at the maximum range of the tower, which is pretty weak. I should probably have our healers just constantly heal us though. Because like now we have some units with like less health. It's hard to tell if they're going after the closest one or just a random one. It looks like they're going after a closest one. But they're whittling down our health a little bit. Which is not great. Okay, and now they're all coming off at like 500 or so ticks. They're all coming, and We see them. A big giant battle in the middle here. Way too many got past. So they rushed out. And so our defenders attempt to defend. They do a decent job, but not that great. Okay. So I feel like we came closer. Like that was a little bit closer. All right. I'm going to go grab some more water, and then we'll figure out next strategies sort of like to play around with, and what refactorings we want to do. So I will be right back. All right, I am back. Let's see. Now they bum rushed. I actually wonder if we would have been able to do better if we just had if we made one change and we had our warriors, our defenders on the flag and we had our turrets attacking. Would that make a difference? Would that make a difference? So I kind of want to just try that. Now, what's really cool about Screeps Arena is that we can do exactly that. So if I come back to here, I could, instead of playing another rating game, I can now play against Floating Orange again. With new code. So let's come back to here. And all right, so let's first start with handle our defenders. I want to move towards the flag. So that's the first thing we want to do. We have our flag here. I want to just be on our flag. So if enemy range is closest, okay, so if closest is less than 5, otherwise, so if there's no enemies nearby us, let's just move towards our flag. So we'll just do a let's see. I guess we'll just loop through you right now. I don't like how much we're adding in here, but okay, so we'll do this one. And we're just going to my creep dot move to, and our target is our flag, which is our flag. Okay, so hang out at our flag. That's what we want to do. And then the other thing is we want to handle our turrets. So we don't have anything for that right now. So if there's an enemy in range of any of our other creeps. So, okay, I kind of feel like I don't want something which is just like my creeps. I kind of feel that I want something that holds like all of their state together that then will allow us to sort of like reference things in each turn. So I'm kind of feeling like I know more about what we're trying to do here. So turrets. I would need a list of our enemies, and then I want the closest enemy to the flag. So that's like here. And then if you're really, I want essentially the same stuff that's happening here with handle defenders. If we have a enemy in range, I also want the turret to attack them. So that would be like getting, okay. So first of all, I want to just sort of test this out to see would this even work. So I'm going to do something not great. I'm going to get our turrets here and I'm just going to have them attack at this same time. So we'll just do let turrets equals get objects by prototype. Structured tower. Okay, we can do an into iterator. We'll filter. Okay, so if that's true, and then we'll collect this into a vector of structure tower. So we have two of them. So then at this point in time, I want to have them both attack this one. And what if I don't even want? Okay, I don't even want you to move. Just attempt to attack the closest to the flag. Just sit on the flag and attempt to attack it. That's kind of what I want to do. And then also, at the same time, I want all of my turrets. So for turret, I want you to also attack the closest enemy in range. And that's it. I don't care if you're out of memory, just do my best. Do the best. Okay, so you expect to type Boolean. Okay. In this case, we can unwrap you because all the turrets are owned. There's no unowned turrets, so we're good to go there. And then, okay, we have a couple errors here. Expected, a reference to unknown, found an option to a creep, so closest enemy in range. Oh, right, I have to unwrap you. We know that we have you here, so that's fine. No errors. Okay, so let's, I kind of want to try this to see, okay, how does this work? Let's try it against floating orange. We lost in around the same amount of time. So, okay, we're doing the exact same thing. They all move out. We have this big battle here, but it just takes us too long to get into position to do anything about it, so we can't stop them. So they just rush through. They're ignoring us. We just attack them. Oh no, okay. Some of these attack, but not all of them. So it's all up to these defenders, which I don't know why I have two rangers here too. That's interesting. And then as soon as they get into the swamp, I think the turret should start attacking. There we go. Oh, but they're rangers, and so our guys aren't attacking them because they're, yeah, okay. When they get down like that, then they do. Then they do counterattack, but it's too late. There's too many of them. And then they win. Okay. So we need to we need to be a little bit smarter about this. This is a turtling opponent who waits until like 500 ticks or so, and then just rushes the flag. I feel like we have to have a very, very different strategy. So changing things around and writing our refactoring our code so we can change strategies pretty easily, I think is our new top priority. So we can then try different stuff. So now we know a little bit more about how stuff is going to work, how grabbing creeps, like how moving to stuff, getting ranges, all that fun stuff. So I want to refactor a bunch of this into something a lot better. So first of all, okay, we don't need you anymore. Don't need this get objects. I don't think that was helpful. Part wasn't helpful. We're probably gonna have. I wonder if I'm gonna have like a different setup for each of these. Maybe not. I don't really need this like to be separated out for each of these. Okay, we're gonna get flags when it's this. Get creep by ID. Okay, so these are all like sort of helper functions, but I don't know if I need them right away. Here's our main game loop. Okay, so every single game loop, we want to collect together all of my creeps, but I realized that I want to do something unique based upon what the creeps' capabilities are at that time. So I need some kind of like memory. So not just a vector of all my creeps, but probably I probably need to do a little bit more ECS style, like what can they do? And then we're gonna give a role to the creeps. Not like the roles we have right now, where it's just like, hey, at the beginning, whatever you are, this is your role forever. I think we have to have one creep stay behind, and that's our defender. Having that be a warrior isn't bad, but having 3 creeps stay behind might be best. So we need like 2 teams essentially. We need the defender team. We need an attack team. If we have teams, let's think. If we have our defender staying back, warrior, you just sit on top of the flag and just wait there. Ranger can like. Oh no, we probably want a healer, just a healer and a warrior. That would probably be enough. Kind of like the other group's strategy that we saw, where it's just sent one person out, one creep out to go collect things, and everybody else just stayed on its own. And then once like, you know, my creeps attempted to go in and attack them, they got my creeps and murdered them all, and then counter attacked and then took the flag. Can creeps move through each other? I don't think they can. So even if I block, I don't think that works. I think I need to keep all of my creeps close to close to home. And I kind of like the idea of what the other ones were doing, which was like everybody just get really close to the flag and just hang out there. Okay, so I kind of want a state to hold state. So I'm gonna start by creating a new file. We're gonna put a bunch of this stuff in here. So I'm gonna call this our capture the flag because we're only gonna load this one up during this time. So CTF state. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna create a folder. CTF. Okay, so we can store any state that we want inside of here. And then we'll have like maybe the game running could happen here too. It's like what is our goal for this? So in capture the flag, let's say we have like maybe we won't have pub struct stake. Maybe we'll have just like pub function run. So what is our strategy? So new strategy. Everyone stays home. We choose okay, so for every power up, choose a random creep. So choose a creep with that body and collect it. Then just come back home. For everybody at home, wait at home until attacked, then attack. Healers, okay, so healers always heal. And then at a certain time we have to just all go out. Would that be the best for defending against these guys? Let me think. So we put our warrior on the flag. So I guess okay, step one. Let's start with this. Put warrior on the flag. Then I want to put a healer next to the warrior. So put healer next to warrior on flag, probably behind it. Then essentially we just wait, don't we? Is that enough? I probably want a ranger too. So put ranger next to warrior on flag, and that's gonna be my group. So We want to create a defender group. It's going to be made up of warrior, ranger, healer. I guess like we'll have them wait by the flag. So have defenders move to flag. And wait until attacked. And so they sort of like do their own thing. So we need some way to like separate out our groups and have like one set of code that's working with the defenders and one set of code working with everyone else. Our attackers, I kind of do like the idea of moving into the center and just grabbing all those power-ups. But if we're all separated out, I don't think that really helps. So I kind of like the idea of us having a staging area. It looks to me like it's always the same exact map. There's some slight differences in terrain up here, but I believe that these are pretty much all the same. At least I want to say. Uh-oh. No, I do not want that. So goodbye. And do not want that either. So goodbye. That was 2 bots in a row, too. Hopefully, we won't get any more of them. If we do, I may have to do something a little bit more extreme. Okay, so they can attack me on this side of the river, or this side, depending upon where their tower is. So that's fine. So I don't want to. Actually, staging on like here is probably fine. We'll just tell them, hey, we want to go right here, which is, let's say 60 by 30. So that, let's just say defenders. A warrior, a ranger, and a healer. Have defenders move to flag and wait until attacked. That's pretty much normal, right? Like, and then towers attack when enemies near our flag. So then our other one is going to be, here we have defenders, and then we have the attack team. So that's going to be no warriors. We just have, we're going to have a single warrior, rangers, and healers. So step 1 is move to, we want to move to staging area, which was what, 60 by 30? Yeah, let's do 60 by 30. I think in Markdown, if I just do ones the entire time, then if I ever do look at this in the book format or in the docs format, then it'll actually look appropriate and correct. How to upload code to VPS without using FTP server software on the server. You did in the past with AWS code deploy, but now you want to use something else. So there's a couple choices here. If you just have a VPS, like one option is to have some code, like have a script on your server that does like a get pull, or like, yeah, basically it does like a get pull. So like you're never pushing anything to it. You just send it a command to go get the latest stuff, pull it down, build it, deploy, and have it run. That's one thing that could possibly work. And that, yeah, that's a decent way of doing it. Is like you basically just have a script and you have an SSH key that is associated only with that script, and so that way you can have something like GitHub Actions. When you push or when you want to deploy, you just run that, and that's the only thing it can do is run your script. I like that. I actually think I did that for the Docker course. Sorry, Docker course, the DigitalOcean course. Let's see, we're gonna move to, okay, so okay, so healers heal, defenders move to flag, towers attack. Okay, then here attackers move to staging area, and then if there is a body part, then I want to grab, like, okay, so have creep with the same body part. Get it. Return to staging area after getting body part. And then at some point of time, we do have to attack. So I guess at tick, like, let's say 1500 to give myself time. Attack closest creep. Get flag, and then healers heal. Okay, that's the new plan. We're gonna have two groups. One defends, one attacks. So I guess like we can work on attackers first, because I think that might be a little bit more complex. But we're gonna want some kind of like state management for this. So my idea is that in this main library, all of this code is going to go away, and we're just essentially going to have this config feature arena capture the flag, and we're just going to say CTF run, like that. Cannot find. Okay, so mod CTF. Oh, did I not save? I didn't save. All right. I guess let's start figuring this out. So step one is if I don't have, I guess like on the first tick, I need to grab and get the struct. And this is gonna have to be done and refreshed every single frame, which is not great, but theoretically we can also just store stuff on the creeps if we want to, which could save us a lot of time, because we noticed that we were running out of space, like we're taking too long per tick. Okay, so cover defense. All right, so I could. So I need we need our two groups, right? So what if we have in here? So public function run. We're gonna have like our full state. So we need group 1 and we need group 2. So group 1 is going to be made up of all of these. No, I don't like having them like be two different structs. I think we should do ECS style. And what I mean by that is do something like have an array of like creep, creep, creep. And then we would have like maybe group number. So it'd be like group 0, 1, like 0. Or better yet, it would probably be like attacker, defender, attacker. Okay. Then we can have its role, like warrior, ranger, healer. Then what I could do is I could loop through each of these. I only have to loop through once, find the index, and just say, okay, are you an attacker? Which group are you in? We're doing that thing then. So very data driven in this way. So step 1 is to start creating this this data here, which is going to be a struct, so we can hold all the different vectors. And okay, so new file. We're gonna have, I guess, like we'll have our creeps. So this is really just gonna be our state. All of our state will be held in here. So we know we need creeps. So hub creeps is going to be a vec of creep. So we'll just keep that in there. We need, okay, so step 1, we need to know which group you're in. So we have, we're going to have groups. And we can add more groups here if we want. If we like want to like hold both of those areas next to the river, we can like put 3 groups. Like, you know, maybe a forward defender and like an attacker group. I don't know. So then hub group. So we should probably take in all of the creeps here. Oh, and then we should have like enemy. So like you're my defender, my attacker, or you're an enemy. So if we just takes in all the creeps, which is going to be a vec of creep. I could have the group set to sort of unknown to begin with also. Oh, okay. How about this? When I like create a new, it just has this. It has default. So what if I import default? Okay, so we create a brand new state. It's of course the default one, and so the first thing we want to do is we're going to load up all of our we're going to load up all of the creeps, and then of course set at the same time if they're what groups they're going to be in, I guess. So I want to just have it request from the game here. That, I mean, it might be fine. I think that should be fine. This is going to be every single frame, isn't it? Every single frame we're going to have to create a new state, isn't Yeah, because we have this. Okay. So I may want to actually have this be separate like this. Oh no, I create a self, and then before I return the self. I can now load the creeps in this way. So creeps load, I'm going to just do that. So we're gonna grab. Okay, we're gonna grab all the creeps. I could actually just set that in here, couldn't I? So you can just do self dot creeps equals. Okay, so we load all the creeps in. Now I want to set the groups. These don't need to be public. And I can do this builder style almost. So I could just have a state here like this, self default. So what if you just take in self? So you take an ownership of this. So we just do self default, load creeps. You then return a self. And then, okay, so this is going to be set groups. We'll go ahead and return self at the end of this. So then at the beginning, we're going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to loop through the body parts and find out what type of body part, what type of creep this is. Well, first of all, if it's not my creep, it's an enemy. But I wonder if I want to do this as... Well, no, I don't want to do this as part of the group here. I don't want... I want there to be some enemies... No, I guess there's like several different things we have to do at this point in time. Do I need the enemies here? Maybe I don't want to do the enemies. Maybe I want to just filter and just have it my own. That might be best. Let's not have enemy here. When we load the creeps, get objects by prototype, and then we're going to into iterator, filter, okay, then we load the creeps up. After that, I would like to set the groups. So for each of these creeps, I guess we're just gonna push out for this one. I don't really need the index, do I? So you can just do creep in. Get the iterator that way. Okay, so I just get a reference to the creep. I need to get the creep body, which is a vector of body parts. So then I want to search through those to see which ones they have. So this is a utility function, which then tells me what type of creep it is. So right now I'll keep this. This is actually not necessarily something that's only in CTF. When we break out and we do like some of the other modes, we can have those in there too. So let's do like another file and we'll do utilities. But if utilities is going to tell me what type of, I guess like, okay, we have a group here. We have another type of thing here, which is like, is it an attack, range, or heal? That's pretty much the three different types that we can have. So I need a creep type. So we have a range, I guess like a ranger, and a fighter, and a healer. Those are, I guess like worker is technically also possible, but we're not doing that yet. So I will add that in there when that becomes a possibility. Okay, so creep type, back to utilities. We're gonna have a pub function. This is gonna take in a creep. So looking at our state here, we're gonna take in a creep, and we're going to pass back what the creep type is going to be. So get creep type. So we'll take in a reference to a creep, and we'll return a creep type. Okay, so if I take in this creep, we're gonna get the body. Okay, so that for part in creep dot why can't I see the methods on it? Oh, because I need to pull you in. There we go. Okay, so this gives me a body part. Okay, so then I want to match on part. What? You don't know how to... Okay, that pulled that all in. Can you? Okay, fine. Body part. I think it was like attack. Is that right? Yeah, body part attack is one of them. Okay, so if we have the body part attack, then we are a creep type fighter. Still doesn't know how to bring those other things in. Cool. So if we are body part, you like save all these things and then you'll figure it out. Nope. Okay, so body part, heal. Then your creep type, healer. And body part, I think it's ranged attack. If you're anything else, this is unimplemented. So like we don't have that yet. And I guess I want to return you. Because as soon as we find the first part, oh, there could be like move and other things in here too. So if it's okay, so there's body parts. Can I actually go and look at this? No? Okay, fine. There are some other body part types. There's like you can actually see these here. There is move. Move might be it. In this case, I want to continue. You need to learn how to configure and secure a VPS server for hosting Node.js app with Nginx web server. Do you have any good book recommendations? Not necessarily book recommendations for that. Let me think. So the general idea is that you want the minimum number of services running as possible. Setting up Nginx is not too terribly hard to sort of like just serve out a serve off of something. So like if it comes into it, just serve up this file or direct to this port. That's fine. Essentially, like you're using Nginx like what I was doing last week with load balancer, just setting up a load balancer. That's kind of what your Nginx is going to be doing in this case. It's just forwarding traffic. Let's see. Securing the VPS, you're going to want, well, you know what? Let's see if we can go find that thing. There's not a book. So I have my YouTube, DigitalOcean. There's a This is the one that I did. It's now for DigitalOcean, but it shouldn't really change anything. You should do the exact same thing with AWS. Just skip like the things about like the GUI for DigitalOcean. Just replace those in your mind with everything else. Let me find, where is the playlist for this? Oh, I know. I'm signed in as someone else. That's why. Hold on. Okay, so go there, playlists. Can I search? Oh, there it is. Oh, I need to actually sign in to chat on this computer. All right, so that is a link to a playlist that has how to deploy a static website, I think. Let's see, the static site. Let's see, where do I have the thing? Setting up Nginx for multiple sites. I actually have it for like multiple sites, so it's a little bit more than what you're asking for. I can't remember if this is going to have everything you need for Nginx, but hopefully it should get you started with like how to set that up and use it. So that's Nginx stuff. We have set up HTTPS with Nginx using Let's Encrypt, which is pretty easy. You that once you have Nginx set up, Let's Encrypt is going to be really easy. The auto deploy with GitHub Actions. So that's what I set up, where it's just an SSH key. You ping essentially your server from GitHub Actions or any other CI/CD you have with it, and it will then run a script, which then will like git pull, build, and do all the fun stuff. And if you really want to lock down, I have something in there for how to set up two-factor auth. So that when you're trying to SSH in, it requires some kind of like Google Authenticator style two-factor, which is really nice. So hopefully that helps. Oh, right. It could return this without getting anything. So it's upset about this point. So if it reaches here, I do want this to be unreachable here. Like it should not get to this point. Now you're upset because no associated item for body part in there. Okay, so it's not named that. Okay, so these are the body parts. It's like work, move. So this is attack. Oh, wait, is it like that? No. Okay, hold on. Will you be happier now? No, you're still unhappy. Okay, so what's going on here? Why can't I match on this and give it... Okay, so match part. Part is a body part. I have body part here. For this, okay. So you're all happy, okay? Did I not like pull this in? Okay, so utilities is from lib. Okay, you're happy there. Oh, unreachable expression. Okay. Why are you unreachable? I have this part. Body part. Are you a... Oh, because I don't think you're not an enum. You're something else. That's my problem. So a dot. Hold on. Part dot. Can I get its actual type? So we have hits of like how many hits it has. Part. Okay. Get the part. And as part, there we go. Now I can fill the match arms. Okay, so it was under part dot part. Okay, got it. So then inside of here, it's Screeps Arena part, move, work. Okay, so we got all these. So this should, okay, we're gonna do this as unreachable. Wait, how can there be other ones? Missing match arm. Okay. There is. I guess it's because it's unsure. So I'm gonna say this is unreachable because it should always be one of these types of parts. So okay, so we got that. Then, all right. So move. Okay, so now creep type. Okay, so if we're here, we're going to, if we're move, we just continue. If we're work, we continue. This one is unimplemented. Work is going to be for one of the other game types. There's no work ones in Capture the Flag. Carry is, I believe, also the same thing, so unimplemented. Attack, however, you're going to be a creep type fighter. And so, how nothing. So I guess like here. There we go. Okay. Fighter. Okay, so Ranger. Creep type Ranger. Tough. This is a continue. And heal is a healer. All right, so this allows us to get what type we're in. So then set groups. So we're gonna get our type. Okay, that will get us a creep type here. I then want to use this, so based upon the Ranger, Fighter, Healer, we're setting our groups. So, I only want one warrior in the other groups. So I guess we can see if we've seen a warrior before, if we've seen a healer before, if we've seen a ranger. So I don't know a better way to do this right now, so I'm just gonna have some flags right here for this. So let's see, seen warrior. Okay, then for each of these, we have our creep type. If I guess we're gonna match on this. I could also just store away their creep types. I don't think that would be a big deal. So let's do okay, we'll do this. We'll set groups and types. Okay, so for creep, in creeps, we're going to creep type equals this. I guess we're gonna have to match on the creep type. All right, so if you are a ranger, we need to see if we've seen a ranger. So if not seen ranger, then you're in group 1. You're in the defender group then. So that means self dot groups dot push group defender. Then we also need to mark that we've seen you. So seen ranger equals to true. And I think that's going to be fine. Down here after this, let's just go ahead and push the creep type also. So self dot types push our creep type. I wonder if I lost it here. So far, no. Okay, fighter. Oh, actually, elsewhere. Otherwise, if we have seen the ranger so far, then that means self dot groups dot push group attacker. So you're in the attacker group, and that's it. You saw the prices on the Amazon Light Sale. VPS costs $3.5 and container costs $7. With container, you don't have to manage and secure the OS. You think AWS does this, and it restarts the container automatically if it's not healthy. Easy deployment of container via AWS CLI. Is it worth it to go with container instead of VPS? So with those types of prices, if you're only working on like one thing, maybe, I don't know. Because once you start running into like the $15 to $20, like, okay, so that's per container, right? So like if you have a second container or a third container, you're gonna start getting into too expensive for probably what you're getting out of Light Sale. Like one thing is probably fine. It also depends upon your time. Like what's really more important to you? Is your time where you like manage and secure the OS important to you, or is like knowing that it's actually being done more important than the money? If you can answer that question, then I think you already know the answer to the other, everything else. So for me, I'm doing like just ECS myself, managing all that myself because money is more the most important. But I have a plan in my head of when I'm gonna move, when I'm gonna move away from that and go to managed services. Probably something like ECS and Fargate, because then I'll be having Amazon manage that for me. And perhaps Fargate would be cheaper right away. Like I don't know. I would have to do some experimentation and see how things work. Because maybe I can just get away with that right away. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, so fighter. So same thing here. So if not, seeing the warrior, then self dot groups dot push group defender, seeing warrior equals true. Otherwise, self dot groups dot push, you're an attacker group. All right. You want to spend your time building software and not managing infrastructure and servers. So I guess like the next question is why either of those? So like there's also Heroku, right? Like Heroku, you could deploy a Node.js app to. Is it Vercel? Is that one too that you can do? There's a bunch of those tools that like if you just have a Node.js app and it's just a backend for that, then it's pretty easy to just like set up a auto deployment for it. Then you don't have to do containers or the other thing, and it's around $7 per month with Heroku last time I checked. So it might not even be any more expensive. And that's for like the cheaper paid tier too. There's a free tier for Heroku as well. So that might be something to look into as well. It just might make it even faster. Then you don't have to do Docker containers or anything. You just literally hand it your code. Oh, I forgot to put this into a block. Wait a second. This is... I did this all wrong. Hold on. Let's do this again. Okay, so your block here. And then we do if... Okay, so if not scene healer, then dot groups push, that's going to be our group defender, otherwise you're attacker. Okay, great. And then no matter what, we add in your creep type. And then we return a self here. Okay, so then set groups and types happens here. So we have load creeps, and then set groups and types. All right, so we're gonna have probably strategies based upon each group, based upon what it's doing. So that's gonna be interesting. Okay, so so we create these. We now have our creeps. We know what groups they're in, and we know what type they are. And that's all in this state here. So next thing after we create that, we want to now like do our thing, right? So I guess if we look at this, have the defenders move to the flag. Really, is it any defender moves to the flag? I sort of feel that I should move the ranger to the flag. So ranger, go to the flag unless you're already on the flag. So I want to probably run the defenders. I feel like I almost want like a strategy, defender strategies here. All right, so let's take in the state, which we know is going to be a mutable reference. I actually don't know if this needs to be a mutable reference to the state or not. This might just be a reference to the state. And I don't know if we're going to return anything or not either. Okay, so we're going to run our defenders. If first step, okay, so we want to, I guess I'll just do steps. Maybe I'll do this. Then we'll sort of like track what we're doing here until I get some like better ticketing system. I don't know. I have one like a GitHub projects that I can use to like track some of these things down. That could be interesting. Also, I just noticed my power has been creeping down, so I might want to go take another quick break to go grab my power supply since I left that upstairs. Okay, so for our steps. Let's see. I want to move the ranger to the flag. If the ranger is not already on the flag. So we can put a little bit of information. Well, I can tell the ranger to just move to the flag, which means I need to get the flag, which means that in state, we should have our flag. So let's just do pub my flag is going to be type flag. So then here in new, default won't work anymore, will it? Unless I use an actual builder to do this, I will need to set the state unless. Yeah, you're gonna say like, hey, default doesn't exist for this. Okay, so hold on. We'll all right, next thing's up here. I could impl default for this. That would work. Yeah, let's do that. Now I can't do derive default anymore. Okay, so flag is going to be the only one here. I need to get my flag out first. So we'll do let my flag, and it's probably going to be my flags is going to be equal to get objects by prototypes flag. Then we can do an iterator filter. Now this one returns an option. So there's only 2 flags. We can't add new flags, I don't believe. So I unwrap you. Let's actually just in case, we'll do an unwrap or default, which is gonna be false. And then we'll collect you into a vec of this flag. And then my flag here will be my flags of 0. Cannot move out. Okay, so fine. You're gonna come on. All right, so now we have our flag. So defenders, first things first, Ranger, you're going to move to the flag, which means we need to loop through, find our defenders. If you're a defender and you're a ranger, then go to the flag. Okay, so for creep in state dot creeps iter and enumerate. I don't need this thing. Also for you, I want you to have the index. All right, so I want to do so creep here. The index is going to allow us to get, so we want to match on, I guess, like, first of all, you have to be a defender, and you're going to have to be a, I can do that in the match, right? I can do an and for the pattern matching, or is that not allowed? I can't remember anymore. I could do matches though. I can do matches. So I can just do a simple if the matches macro, and does it matter which one's left and right? The pattern's on the right. Okay. The pattern's on the right. So if state dot so state dot groups of index. If that is, I could also just do partial equal. That might be a little bit easier to sort of like see. But okay, if you are a group defender and matches. Actually, what I should do, if you're not, here's what I want to do. If you're not a defender, then I want to continue. Like we're done here, which means I can move down to here. My computer just let me know that things are gonna go bad if I don't get a power supply really fast. So I am gonna go do that really fast. I'll be right back. I got it in time. Welcome back, Dota. Does that mean your contract is done? Are you finished? Homeless was here not too long ago. We were chatting about light sail and like whether or not there was a different set of things to do. Oh, the DigitalOcean one. That's interesting. The very like that's the least popular of the courses that I've made so far, but it's like one of the ones that I think is the more interesting ones. Half of the last promise is done. Okay, almost there. You're almost there. All right, so we're running our defenders. So are you asking homeless that? I assume you're asking homeless. Hi, Zilby. I changed things out. I moved the little tower he had here because he wasn't wanting to go on that, and I put a box down because, you know, cats. Hi. And it's not just like a cardboard box. This is a really nice box. Let's see if I can. I need to find a better place to put that, but maybe he'll hang out with us a little bit. Maybe I'll figure out a better place to put the box specifically, but it'll be nice. Hey, Sophie. No? Okay. Sorry I don't have any toys down here for you. It's okay. Hi. All right, so run defenders. Okay, so we are gonna pass the creep. No, use all the creeps. Okay, then fine. You're not gonna hang out. Let's see. So then matches continue. I know, cat in boxes. He likes the box. He just doesn't stay in it for too long before he wanders off and does his other thing. I need to find a good way for like to have the camera track him. That would be fun too. But like I have so much stuff I want to do. I don't have time to get to that yet. Someday. Maybe I could just hire somebody to build that kind of stuff too. Let's see. Oh, I've not been following all the chat. Hold on. Wait, this is the same mouse. If you run Angular React, there needs to be a server serving the files unless you use a CDN. Yes, if you're... Yes. And that's the reason why I'm using actually, I'm using S3 to host the files, and then CloudFront is the CDN that I'm using for those. Your Express app needs to serve the static files for all address legs. When your Angular router is changing on the client, it won't register on the server. And if your request some slug, some other slug, whatever, by hitting refresh, it'll mess up the address, or that address won't exist. CDNs do that automatically. Nginx can also do a rewrite to make that happen. Yeah, Nginx does some really cool stuff like that for free. Oh, CM Griffin. CM Griffin, if you haven't seen him, he does a lot of really cool stuff. He's often live. He's like live for a lot longer than I am. He does very long streams. He is not live right now. If he is live by the time that I finish, then I will rate him. Otherwise, you'll just have to sort of keep an eye out. But yeah, he's a great streamer to follow. Okay, so what are we doing? All right, so we are defenders now. We know that we're defenders. So if we're defenders, next thing up, we want to move the ranger to the flag. So we want to just say like, okay, if we're a ranger, so we want to handle this. So we're gonna now match. And this is now going to be state dot types. No, not types. State dot. No, yeah, types. Okay, state dot types of index. So if we're a ranger, let's create just like another function for this. So function handle ranger maybe. We'll take in the creep. And we can also take in state, which is a reference to the state. And because it's just references... Oh, he doesn't stream Sundays anymore. Okay, that explains why I haven't seen him live in a long time. All right, so I want to call handle ranger, pass it the creep, pass it the state, and we should be good to go there. Now, for you, expected a reference to unknown. Yeah, no, import that. There we go. We should also tell this to run the defenders here. So we run you, and then we're going to say run defenders and pass it a reference to state. You don't actually need to be mutable. Let's not do that until we really need you to. Book club starts in 20 minutes. This chapter was on unit testing. We've actually done a bunch of the don't do this in the chapter. I probably do too. But like, yeah, you've been working on that unit testing book, which sounds pretty cool and interesting. Okay, so handle ranger. We're going to move to the flag. We have our flag in here, so it's going to be pretty simple, right? We're just going to say creep dot move to and a reference to state dot my flag. This is like the 6th book on testing. Loosely speaking, I guess we read some architecture type books. We find those harder to comment on. Yeah, architecture type books are a lot less specific with like things to do. They're more for like, okay, here's like some very, like, I guess like they get more and more vague the more high level they get. Ched Dev, hello, welcome, and thank you so much for the subscription. 14 months too. Hey Ched, how are you doing today? I haven't seen you stream in a while. Although maybe you're streaming at like night when I'm just already heading to bed. It's been a while working on projects off stream recently. Okay. The concepts are more difficult and you have less experience making good architecture. I have lots of experience making bad architecture, which is how I've been getting better at it. Is like make lots of bad architecture and then retro and then try something different. I think literally Sam Griffin was saying this in one of his streams recently. Once you've done it wrong, or once you've figured out how to successfully not do it right, you eventually learn how to do it right. Your low-level code has been trashed for so long. The one thing that I'm trying to learn how to do properly is supple development, which is like, I've been trying to experiment with these things. I'm not very good at it yet, which is this this idea that I just sort of like put a bunch of code, like just throw a bunch of code in there. It's terrible. But then as I just sort of like understand how things work, now is the time to sort of break it off and like put it into its right place and like refactor it to there. That's what I'm trying to do with like all of this stuff. And it's hard. It's like, but it's something that I really want to get because I think this is like really important for high quality software dev. Made a hexagonal Dungeons and Dragons game recently. The architecture was way better than the rest of your stuff. Well, I mean, isn't that going to be the case? Like all the new things are going to be better than anything that's like older than that. Even if it's just like 10 minutes older, new stuff is going to be better. You're going to have more information. Okay, so we just going to move to that. All right. So, we can also, I think, do a... Can I do a warn? Use log warn, and I want to just say, okay, warn, Moving ranger to flag. Okay. So not using this. I want to get rid of all the warnings and make sure all the code is actually being executed and all that fun stuff. Okay, so we're not going to do all of these things anymore. And we're going to do run, and then I'm going to comment out all this stuff. The other stuff wasn't hexagonal architecture, which is a fancy term for ports and adapters. Oh, I've never done that. I've heard about those, but I've never played around with those patterns. That sounds fun. Okay, so I've got this. We're going to run. Okay, let's see what we can do. Well, let's see if we successfully have our ranger, have one of the rangers move to the flags. We're gonna go back to idle opponent, and I just want to see whether or not this ranger is heading over here. Oh, runtime error unreachable. So, well, that's not great. So, at loop Screeps Arena line 130, we're getting an unreachable. Well, I didn't think that we were getting that. That's great. So it's like their code, I think. Yeah, it's like after it's compiled line 130. So I have to do better with my error messages with like this unreachable. Okay, so wherever I have an unreachable, we have only in 2 places here. So we can do messages. So unknown body part, and maybe this one is could not find body parts. Oh, I was really hoping that would tell me, like, put the message in here, but that didn't. I should also be. Yeah, it copied all that stuff in. Hold on. Let's put an actual message in here before our unreachable. Okay, so matching suit for body parts, and we'll do the same thing here. So, because I'm doing an actual return inside the for loop, so the idea is that the for loop should never finish. Okay, so warn could not find any body parts. Okay, that built successfully. I have a bunch of warnings here, but that's for those other functions, other things that we're going to be rebuilding. So not worried about that right now. Oh, it's none of those. I'm getting a completely different unreachable. Not seeing... Okay, so my code isn't running at all. Or it's not getting to this type of stuff. Okay, fun time now. So we have CTF run. So warn. Running CTF. This is my favorite type of debugging. Not really. This is the worst. Okay. We have running CTF. Okay, so it got to this point. So then we're going to go into CTF run here. And so then into state new. Well, I guess like into CTF run, and I should just put okay, so first line of run. Did that redeploy? That didn't feel like it redeployed. Just like tell it to watch all over again. Okay, here we go. Let's try again. Just gonna take it nice and slow. Yes, I know. We drew. Okay, first line of warn. So first line of warn. First line of run. So we got there. Excellent. Next up. My guess is that, well, it's either going to be in run defenders or in state. So let's see it here. This is going to be created state. Okay, state got created. Excellent. Dota, have fun at your book club, and we'll see you next time. All right, well, that means that this is probably in run defenders, right? So like if I go down here, so ran defenders, this is no doubt not going to work, but I want to verify that. Yep. Okay. Excellent. So now we can head into run defenders, and somewhere in here, there's some kind of unimplemented that's being triggered. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have our warn, and we're just going to say starting. Okay, so we have starting. All right, so that means, okay, so we're going to get into here then. We're going to loop through our creeps. So we can now do some more interesting logging here. So we're running, defending for creep dot ID. Okay, running, defending for creep 1. Okay, it's only finding... I'm only seeing that one over and over and over again. Okay, I think that's okay. So we're looping through all the creeps. Okay, so then if matches group defender, continue. Oh, if not matches group defender, continue. So I wonder if I can do a, let's go into our groups and derive debug, and then we can print out what this is. So okay, we have it. Okay, so we see the defender. So running, defending for creep 1 defender. Okay, excellent. So then, do we ever get that? I don't know. Let's Okay, so running, defending for creep. I'll just move this down here, but then I'll also put in a... One of these days you'll remember the new string interpolation syntax. I know. I keep on forgetting. It's not something that I really like think about very often. Can I do it with debug mode for that? Don't go here. It's like this is the problem of like starting off with like early mode Rust or earlier mode Rust, is that I just I haven't kept up with like all the new toys, and then I don't remember them. I just remember the general usage of the language. Also, good morning stacking. Okay, so let's do a warn. For this warn, we're going to say found creep that is not a defender. So that's interesting too if we end up getting it. Okay, so we'll just do like after now running, essentially. Okay. Okay, I have now running. I'm not getting anything else, so that's interesting. It does make me, I'm thinking that after one loop, inside the first loop, I think it crashes. So, all right, so then inside of here, we're going to match on the state types index, and then move down to handle ranger. So handling ranger. It might be. Okay. Unreachable. So I guess it must be. Okay, so let's do this. Let's create these function handle fighter. This is no doubt exactly what it is. So to do and unreachable are the same thing behind the scenes as far as WASM is concerned. So that's what it's printing out. So you're probably right. Yash Saxena, hello. Do we need to build backend applications on WSL when hosting on Linux environment in production? The dev and production environment is the same. Do you need to build backend applications on WSL when hosting a Linux environment in production? So it's a good idea to have your development environment look as close to your actual deployed production environment as possible. So if you are hosting, as it looks like, on Linux, then it would be a good idea to be building and testing and developing in WSL, if possible. So I think that's a yes. All right, I think this will work a little bit better. I completely forgot that I had left those to-dos in there. I just wasn't even thinking about them. I was like, hey, I just want to test this and see it running. What? No, I clicked away from it, and of course it doesn't let me see the results anymore. Hosting on Linux as 80% of the world does. Hey, here's my ranger heading over to our flag. So excellent. All right, so this is excellent. So our ranger then heads over and just sits on the flag. Now, we can add a little bit of a flag to our ranger to see, are you on the flag or not? What a corner camper. I know. I'm just the worst. However, we lost to somebody who did exactly that. So we're gonna do that to them. So we moved. Okay, so all this stuff is good now. I mean, ranger, don't need to do that. This is all good now. Okay, so we moved to here. However, I mean, I guess it's fine. I just constantly move to the flag. The flag doesn't ever change. So once you're there, it's not really necessary anymore. That being said, state is constantly being reset because every single frame I'm rebuilding that state because of reasons. I don't necessarily have okay. I can use reflect to set this. That being said, we can just have it constantly move. I think this is fine. We can just you're constantly trying to move towards here. Okay, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Now, I also want this to detect any enemies within its attack range and attack them. I mean, I can literally just say attack every enemy. But I feel like that's probably not the best. And I probably want to now do state. Okay, so in state, I'm going to want enemies. I want the closest enemy. I want the closest to my the closest enemy to the flag, and then just constantly attack it. I mean, even if it's not in range, that will be fine, right? So if I do hub enemies, it's gonna be a vec of creep. We're gonna be back to Can I actually with self, can I do this? Like no, okay. And I can't do something like that, right? No, that'd be really cool if I could. And just have like everything else be that way, but no, fine, okay. Set up default for you. Okay, so we have load. We want, okay, so load our enemies. So we have load creeps. This should probably put in our enemies also. So we have load creeps. And then we're gonna say self dot enemies equals without the colon, but self needs to impl default itself. Oh, so there's my problem, is that this is in the impl default. So that would probably not work because it would be self-referential for default. So that'd be good for something else though, maybe. Also, hello Kafka. Okay, so self enemies equals. Now I could just do another get objects by prototype. That's not terrible. We're already doing an into iterator here. So what if I did instead of self.creeps equals this, let's just do creeps equals, and I want to collect you into a tuple of a vec of creep and a vec of creep. Can you collect into that? No? No, okay. I was kind of hoping that would work. I could just do a vector where the first item in a vector is my. Okay, I think I'm getting a little bit too clever with this. I'm getting too clever. I don't need to optimize. Don't premature optimization. Something evil. Okay, so this is just going to be a duplicate of this for right now, where we're just going to say get object by prototype by creep, but this one is going to be not mine, and then collect them. Okay, so now I'm gonna have a vector of my enemies. So in handle ranger, you move to the flag, and now I want to find the closest. I want to find the closest. So I need to get the closest enemy, which means I need a array of enemies. So this is going to be a method on here because we learned this with the other code. Is we're going to want methods for like turning them into JavaScript arrays as opposed to structs. So let's do, it could be a creep. Okay, so like enemies, get enemies array. So public function get enemies array, reference to self. We're going to turn an array. I don't know if I have to tell it what type is going to be inside of it. It gets a little bit confusing to me. But okay, so we are going to let enemies equals array new. We're going to for enemy and self dot enemies dot iter enemies dot push enemy, and we're going to return enemies. All right, that compiled. So get enemies array now happens off of state like this. So I can now grab that and I'll be able to get the ID from there to, okay, so Ranger, you can partition into vec creep though. Oh, is that opposed to, is that instead of collect? So instead of collect, I can partition into? I haven't tried that before. That could be fun. Okay, so we're gonna move to, move to the flag. Okay, so move onto the flag and stay there until dead. Hold it. Move onto the flag and hold and keep the enemy from getting it until you die. Also attack the closest enemy. So okay, instead of filter collect, we can partition into a vector creep. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we can try that right after this. Let's see if we can get this working first. So creep move 2, and then we're going to do this attack. So we need to find the closest. So let closest enemy is going to be equal to our creep dot find closest by range. Positions is now going to be state dot get enemies array. You need to be, I believe, what do you need? You need a reference to the array, which gives us this option object. So it's possible that there's no more enemies left because I've killed them all. So we can if let this. All right, so now we have this generic object, which is great. I love working with JavaScript and Rust. It's fun. It actually is really interesting. I'm learning a lot from working, like doing WASM for this. So like I'm actually hoping that I can take a lot of the information that I get from this and apply it to future applications that are less gamey. But it's very fascinating. Sort of like working with JavaScript with like any types, and then a strong type system and how that actually works together. Okay, get enemies array. You are upset. Why are you upset? Add a semicolon here. You're not really upset. I just needed to save. Okay. So we have our closest enemy. We can actually tell to see if they're within range, or we can just say, you know what? Creep dot ranged attack closest enemy. I don't care if you're not actually in range or not. Okay, so the trait attackable is not implemented for the object. Okay, so okay. So problem, obviously. We need to grab the object out of here. So closest enemy dot, I don't have an ID. It doesn't know anything that I can get off of it. We know that this is an enemy, so I can get the ID out of it. So I need to get an enemy by ID. So back to use state. So hub function get enemy by object. We can just take ownership of this because we don't care about it in any way whatsoever. We do want to return a reference to a creep though. I mean, I could also return a clone of it as well. I don't think it will matter that much because all I care about is that XY is on the object. Okay, so I want we want to now search through. Okay, we want to use reflect to get a ID out of here. So let ID equals reflect get okay, so it's going to be a reference to object, and the key is going to be this JS value. So it's going to be a reference to JS value from stir, and I want the ID. Let's expect. So expect error getting ID from enemy object. Okay, we have this ID, which is a JS value, but that's gonna be fine for comparing against all of the other enemies. So then we'll do, we should probably do this as an option, and just in case we can't find it, although no, we should also always be able to find it. What happens if it's a spy? He'll always win by a simple crash clause. I know. Then I guess we have to put in some options and handle errors and all that stuff that like actual real projects do. Okay, so we're gonna do a for enemy in self.enemies iter, then if enemy.id is equal to id, then return enemy. And this is where I probably do need to... Okay. I probably do need to have this be an option. So return sum of an enemy. And then down here, if you reach here, we didn't find anybody. Okay, so if enemy ID can't compare JS string with wasm.gen JS value. Okay, so you are a JS string and you are a JS value. Great. Can I get the ID out? Oh, the unique ID of this object that you can use in gaming tools, get object by ID. Oh, hold on. Get object by ID. It's a JS string again. I need to turn a JS value into a JS string. Can I? Okay, so hold on. Can I do JS string from ID? Okay, you can find this object, so import the JSS object. Okay. So okay, we get closest. Hold on. Used to move value ID. Okay, so ID. Okay, fine. I will clone you. Okay, so get enemy by object. Now we're going to do this in here. So find, okay, we get the closest enemy, which is object. So then let closest enemy object, and then let closest enemy equals state dot get enemy by object, closest enemy object. Gives us this option creep now. Okay. So now that I have that, if we have one, so another if let. Okay, so if we have a closest enemy now, even if it's all the way on the other side of the map, we're going to attempt to attack it. So we're going to say creep dot ranged attack closest enemy. And I don't care about the response code. Oh, you're already a reference. Hey, okay. So you don't care about that. You don't have a warning or an error. So we do get attacked in one of the other matches. So to test this, we're going to choose, let's, any one of these guys will probably work out for us. Let's try Floating Orbs, the most recent player for us. Defeat in, yeah, not surprising. Okay, so they're in the top left. So yeah, exactly 500 ticks, they start moving out. So they're almost down here. Hey, look, there it goes. Okay, and I'm attacking the close one to me. So as a ranger, I'm attacking the closest creep. Can I even kill one on its own? No. And then they take my flag. But okay, so that worked. We successfully attacked the closest enemy to us. So great. That is the ranger. The ranger's job is just to sit there and attack. Now, healer will probably be pretty good to help out here. I want the healer to heal the, I guess, like, just be constantly trying to heal the ranger and heal the fighter if the fighter has low HP. Otherwise, hang out near the ranger. And I guess, like, the order in which that I care about this is ranger first. If you're being attacked, I need you to be healed. So if the ranger is not full hit points, heal it. Otherwise, heal the warrior, fighter, whatever. Heal the fighter. Okay, so that means we're gonna need to take in the creep, so us. So we'll have healer, the reference to a creep, and then we'll need state, which is a reference to state, and I guess that's gonna be it. I want to. We need to check to see. Okay, we need to get the ranger. So how am I gonna do that? And under defenders here, I need to get defending. This is almost like another function here for, like, function get defender, get defending ranger. Is that true? Maybe not. What I can do is I can loop through all of the creeps, and then we can just check to see if they're a defender, and also if they're a defender, what they if they're a ranger. Oh, and also, like, okay, kill the fighter. So really, if you're down in hit points first, so you gotta heal yourself first. So, like, if healer is low on HP, heal itself. So I guess like really what I want to say is like healing priority is going to be healer, which is itself. Ranger and fighter. You just installed Windows Terminal. It's very handy to use multiple terminals and one window. Oh yeah. I've used that. It's great. I love that. It actually looks like a real terminal too, which is nice. Okay, so that's healer, ranger, fighter. So let's do, okay, so handle healer. We need to first check, we need to check to see if we're low on hit points. So if healer dot, if our hits max minus healer dot hits, if that is greater than 0, then we're low on hit points. Time for us to heal ourselves. So I think we just heal ourselves. Healer dot heal healer. We just do that. And then we're done. So return. All right, so next up, Ranger. If we need to check to see if the Ranger's hit points is down, which means we need to find the Ranger. So we need to get the Ranger. Let's grab. Okay, so function get Ranger, get defending Ranger. So we'll take in all of state. And we're going to turn a reference to a creep. So we'll say for creep in, we're going to have to get the index too. So for index and creep in state dot creeps iter and enumerate. Okay, we want to check to see if matches the state dot groups of index, and then in this case, maybe we can just hope. Kafka. Maybe we can just heal the closest to the flag defender that is hurt. Yeah, that could work. I don't necessarily have an order of those, but I can maybe loop through all the defenders, right? Okay. All right, I got it. Let's first create a function in here for getting all from a specific group. So we'll have a hub function get creeps from group. And so we'll have self, and then the specific group that we're looking for is going to be a group. We're going to turn a new vector of reference to creep. And then, okay, From that, then we can determine and filter that down by the if they're injured, and then we can convert into an array and then get the closest two. All right, so get the creeps from the group. So I want to say self. Oh, we're gonna have to do an iterator. I can do a filter for this. So can I do a filter for that and get this one? I think I can. So we can do a self dot creeps dot iter. We need to enumerate also, and then we're going to filter. We're gonna get index and creep out of it. Is this actually? Nope, not that symbol. That one. Okay, so then for these, I want to keep the creep if your group matches this one. So if we're gonna do on a matches, and it's gonna be self dot groups of index matches group. Then we return that and collect into that vec of reference to creeps. Type group cannot be indexed by usize. Really? Self.groups? Groups is a vector. You should be able to index. Why can't group... Wait. Oh, it's a reference to usize. Oh, wait. I have to... Yeah. Dereference the index. There we go. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, then we collect, and you don't know what we're doing. Now we have a reference to the creep. So I want to go into vec of a reference to creep. A value of vec Screeps Arena creep cannot be built from an iterator over elements of type. Besides that, oh, okay. So, do I need to make you a tuple because we're getting the index here too? So basically, it would be a usize creep. Mismatch types, expected, struck. Right. So now you are. Yes, okay. So that gives us the index and the creep, which is probably fine. I might need that later. So you. Okay, so. Get the defending ranger. So the first things we do. Okay, hold on. So the first things we do is we're going to get that vector of all the defenders. So that defenders equals state dot I get creeps from group, and our group is group defender. Okay, that gives us our vector of those, and so I want to loop through these. So for defender in And really, you're going to be index defender in this. Then, oh, we're going to need the type, aren't we? So we need this index. So if matches state dot types of index. Okay, so if that matches with creep type, ranger. Then I want to return it. So return the defender. Which probably should then be get the defending ranger. If it's dead, I won't find it anymore. So option, so we can return a sum defender. If we reach the end here, we haven't found it, then it's a none. Okay, so now we can get the defending ranger out of here. So handle healer. So we healed ourselves if we needed to, and then we get if let the sum is going to be a ranger is equal to get defending ranger. We pass it in state. Then we only want to heal this if it's the same thing. So if ranger dot hits max minus ranger dot hits, if that's greater than 0, attempt to heal. So now this one's gonna be a little bit different. So I want to, if I need to make sure that I'm close to the ranger. So attempt to heal the ranger. So if ranger dot, no, if healer dot heal ranger, if that equals to return code error not in range, then two things. First, move towards it. So healer, move to ranger. Second, at least try to heal it. So there is another type of there's a ranged heal. So let's ranged heal the ranger. It does less healing, but it's better than nothing. And so you now are expecting the healer, so creep and state. Cannot move out of VECA group. Do I have to? In the matches? Can I just do that? Yes. Okay. Let's see if now, if I rerun this exact same thing, I want to see if our healer starts moving back to try to save our ranger. Oh, that's This was our healer starting to head back. Taking a little bit too much time to get there. Okay, so lesson here is that we need to be at the ranger healing. So if healing priority is just always be at the ranger. So if I get the defending ranger, don't even bother doing the calculation, I think. Just attempt to heal the ranger. Or this is one of those, okay, we get the ranger. Oh, okay. We get the ranger and we move to the ranger. So we first do just a healer, just move to the ranger. Just go towards the ranger. If you can find them, right? Like if you can't find the ranger, it's over and it's done, right? They're gonna have taken the flag by the time I can do anything. Okay, so move towards the ranger, and then we do the heals, right? So like then, if we're at max, if we're not at max, heal ourselves. If the ranger is, we should probably do this the other way around. If the ranger needs healing, so hold on, I'm gonna just read this really quickly. If ranger dot hits max minus ranger dot hits is greater than 0, then healer dot heal our ranger. Don't even have to check to see if we're in range or not. We don't have to move at all. And so then if you're not at max hits, let's attempt to heal the fighter by remotely. We'll do like a remote, like distant heal. So then we need to do a did I lose? I did lose a curly bracket there. Okay, here we go. So that's if, okay, if we have a ranger, move to the ranger and attempt to heal the ranger. If we have a fighter, so then, okay, we want to do another one. We're going to get the defending fighter. Hit the state. Okay, option. We have defender. Okay, so then defender's gonna be fine. So okay, defender. Then you are a fighter, and I return that. Okay, so now I have you. So if let some fighter. I don't want to heal, like move towards it. I want to do a healer dot ranged heal to the fighter, if possible. Like, if you're within range, I will attempt to heal you, but I am sticking by my ranger and helping them out. That's what's happening here. And then, oh, but this should only happen if you need heals. So if, I guess like we can do, you always, okay, we always heal you. Do we? If we do the heal, I think we need to return this. And like, we're done. Then here, we get the fighter. And so if your health is low, so if fighter dot, you get creeps from group, returns a vac. If you're only iterating that vac after its return, that optimization could be returned an iterator instead. It avoids an extra memory allocation and enables lazy iteration. Ooh, yeah, that could be a good idea. Then I could just return the iterator. Ooh, yeah, I like that. That could be a really good optimization here. And it wouldn't be that bad of an optimization. Let's add in, where is that? It's in mod here. No, it's not mod. It's in state. So this vec here, I would want to, so to do return an iterator instead of a vec. All right, back to this. If fighter dot, okay, so if we're doing this, I kind of want to say if you're hurt. So I kind of want a utility here to do hub function is creep hurt. You'll take in a creep, which is a reference to a creep, and we'll return a Boolean. So we'll return creep dot hits max minus creep dot hits is greater than 0. All right, yeah, and I hope to be able to do that before I end the stream. So thank you, Raimu, for that. That'll be a nice optimization and pretty easy and very properly rust. Okay, so we're gonna do if is creep hurt, pass it in the fighter. So if creep is hurt, ranged heal the fighter. We can then change you to, so if is creep hurt, ranger, heal the ranger. Return, we're good here. And then finally, if I am hurt. So if is creep hurt healer, then just heal myself. So healer dot heal healer. All right, I want to try this one out. Like, obviously we're still going to lose against it, but now we should see our healer just move back right away. Here we go. Our ranger and our healers are heading on over to our flag. So then they'll just sort of hang out there. It'd probably be even better if I had the healer in the back here. But I actually don't know if it will matter that much for this level. but it might, because I think they're going to attack the healer, aren't they? But if the healer can tank, that it won't matter then, will it? Hey, look. Okay, so I'm healing. But then, oh, the warrior is going after them. And then we lose. We lasted like 20 more ticks. So that's a good sign. Okay, and then let's as the last thing we do here, let's do this refactor. So I want to I guess like it's not a refactor, technically it would be a rewrite. So I want to return, instead of this collect here, Epic, hello. What is Screeps Arena? Okay, well let's go this really quickly. So Screeps Arena is a game. It's on Steam. It's in pre-alpha, or it's an alpha state right now. But I like Screeps. So it's basically like it's a separate sold game from that. So it's not just like a DLC or anything. You play in this arena matches of one team versus another. But you have to program all of your code. So all of the little creeps is programmed. So looking at this floating orange, which I played a ranked match. I'm ranked number 371 right now. I'm not doing very good against them. Defeat. So it's really cool because it's all program type stuff. I just submit my code, it finds the opponent and just simulates the match and then sends that to me, and I can watch the replay of it really fast. So we can watch this here. Now, right now, my creeps aren't really doing anything special, but we can see I have a ranger unit coming back and hanging out on my flag. Win condition on this specific match is capture the flag. Just put your put one of your creeps on your opponent's flag and you win. Right now, we're not really programming with any of these creeps yet, but I have a healer sitting here. I have a ranger sitting here. And then all of the opponents, they seem to show up right around here. I start attacking them and my healer starts defending, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. They're going to get overwhelmed and sort of die. Now, I'm not doing anything with the turrets yet. I'm not doing anything with the other creeps. We're just working on like the defenders right now. So we have the healer working and we have our ranger working. It looks incredibly fun, like ASM robots or C robots, but with a snazzy GUI. Yeah, it kind of does. So they win and now they're game over. So normally they want you to program in JavaScript. So like they're just taking JavaScript code, I'm sure throwing it into some like Docker containers and doing some other stuff, and then running that behind the scenes, which is why all of the documentation is written for JavaScript type stuff to show you, okay, this is what it looks like. However, because it's JavaScript, they decided to also support WebAssembly. So I went out and found, what is it called? There is on GitHub. Rust with it too. Rusty Screeps has made several different repos, including a cargo Screeps for like actually deploying the code out and working with it. And it works out really well. And so I'm using this to take Rust code, compile it for WebAssembly, and then have it work there. So that's what's happening, is that this Rust code is controlling my creeps. And so what we're doing right now is we're going to change this from a collect to an impl iterator. Okay, to an iterator. You're going to be upset because you're the wrong type now. Which is found a struct filter. I could just do this as an impl iterator, can't I? Expected a vacuum. Found a struct filter. Okay, yeah, because it's a filter type. But I can do an iterator, right? So we can do an impl iter. Is it iter or iterator? And then I have to tell the type, right? So then this is going to have... probably shouldn't have deleted all that stuff. That. You don't like this. Take 0 generic arguments with 1 generic. Okay, so fine. You just do into impl iterator. Self does not live long enough. Okay, so self dropped here. We're still borrowing. Because I'm matches. Okay, so after the filter is done, need the item equals. Where do I put the item equals? I've seen that before, but I don't remember where I put that. Is it just at the top of the function? Or is it like inside of iterator? I don't see a item equals in the error message. Oh, okay, so it's in here like this. So I say item equals, and then this is going to be the usize and the reference to a creep. Okay, that makes you happy there, but now you're unhappy. Closure may outlive the current function, but it borrows self, which is owned by the current function, may outlive borrowed value self. To force the closure to take ownership of self. I don't want it to take ownership of self. I like that. Oh. Ooh, yeah. This is the fun thing that I get, like, oh man, it would be really cool if I just did this. It would be great. And then Rust is like, well, I don't know what you're trying to do anymore. Or yeah, it doesn't know exactly how to do it. Okay. It's a filter. I could just do a filter. I could just return the filter. The response from the filter. Can I just go back to general iter? I don't want to turn it into an iter, right? Because that will actually take ownership of this. That's not right. Yeah, this won't actually work like you thought because the iterator wants to borrow the reference to state for longer than the function call. So what if I return the full creep? And I then... Oh, because it's a filter. That's the problem. It's a filter. It's like if it was just a normal iterator, that'd be something altogether different. Okay, so next up, what if I do return just the filter? And then Iterator and predicate. What? Can I do that? You take in a type, don't you? Missing generics, expected 2 generic arguments. Okay. So, oh, it's like, it would be this thing, right? So it's almost like I want to say, okay, I want to get this filter and now give me back to just a normal iterator, as opposed to having a filter. I want like dot. I don't want to into it. Yeah, I might have to go back. Yeah, you think okay. All right. It was a really good try. So thank you so much for suggesting it. I'm happy about going down these paths. So we'll do this and we won't do the to do anymore. So all right. So now in our defenders. Why is this saying it's not being used? I'm trying to match this with the group. I'm a little bit concerned about this. Like saying it's not matching. Like I feel like that's almost like a logic error happening, or is it Rust Analyzer just sort of getting really confused with the macro? There are no futile paths, only learning paths. Absolutely true. Fully agree with that. Okay. Because it's running late, I want to... Okay, so we have is creep hurt. So we do all this stuff. I would love to do the same thing with our fighters that we do with the ranger. So here we have like this handle fighter. Look at this. We have creep move to the flag. It's creating a new group variable. You can't match on a group variable. Oh, okay. All right. I'm kind of surprised it worked. Okay, that makes sense. So then what I want to do is for this group also implement partial equal. We're going to come back to state, and instead of matches, we'll just do the self dot groups of index equals to group. That would work too, but I mean, at this point, I might as well just do this. I mean, if I'm just going to do a bunch of equals. Okay, so if I do filter... Oh, I don't need this creep because I'm just filtering out by this other thing completely, so that's fine. Okay, so back to you, defenders. Handle fighter. So I want to. I don't want necessarily to move to, so we want to closest enemy object. Find closest by range. So let's see. I want to find the closest by range, but only if your range is within. So if I do this, We're also going to get creep is a creep. And we'll get state is state. Okay, so we get the closest enemy object is this. Now this is closest by range. Can I... we get the... Okay, so I get it as an actual creep. Can I actually find the distance to you? I have it as just an object right now. You're too focused on keeping the matches. I know it is nice when we can keep the matches, but like I've noticed this in Rust. Sometimes we're like, I really want this to be like looking really great code. It looks really great. And Rust is like, yeah, but that's not actually the best way to do it. It just looks good, but it doesn't, it's not safer, or is it not, whatever. Just do the thing that is the best, not just looks the best. It's a very fascinating way of like having a language. Okay, so we're not going to do a ranged attack here. I want to test to see how close this is. So, if closest enemy, so I think I can do creep dot what are my options here? Can I find how close this is? Oh, find in range. Ooh, find in range. Find... Oh, get range 2. Okay, get range 2, closest enemy. Get range 2, closest enemy. So if get range 2, closest enemy... what is this? This is a U8. If this is less than... I really want this to be range from a flag, don't I? So what if I do... this is going to be... Find closest by range... State dot my flag, find closest by range to the enemies. So closest enemy, get the enemy object, and then get the range to. If this is less than 5, then I attempt to attack it. So then if creep dot attack closest enemy, if this equals to return code not in range, move to it. So creep dot move to closest enemy. Oh, and options is a none. And then what are you upset about? You're upset about, you're already a reference. Get range 2. Oh, it expected a reference object found. Really? Okay, so I have to do this. Create the object from a like creep to object or something like that. Like, let's see, pub function, create creep to object. Yeah, creep is mine in this case. Yeah, creep is mine. Creep is specifically that individual fighter in that case, because all the loops and the if statements we've done so far have really dialed it down to that specific one. All right, so we have this object. I want to use reflect to then add the X and the Y onto it. So we're going to do reflect set. Target is a reference to the object. Property key is going to be this JS value from stir. We're going to have this X, and then the value is going to be creep.x, like that. Oh, and you have to be a reference for reasons. And you have to be a JS value. So fun. This is great. You're gonna love this. Okay, this is gonna be another JS value from stir, and then we're gonna have the creep.x to string. Thank you, Row Vishners, but absolutely not. No. Goodbye. Okay, so I created you, you're upset, expected a reference, and there we go. We set X on the object. So then we do the exact same thing and we set Y on the object. This is really cool. So like this is how we can dynamically, without Rust sort of like getting in the way and worrying about like this some weird object in JavaScript that we're creating, I can just sort of set arbitrary keys and values on it. And then we're going to return object. So then back to defenders, we can now creep to object. It would be hilarious if there's already an object on there that I just wasn't paying attention to and it already has one. Maybe it does. Okay, so just out of curiosity, is there an as object or into object? There is an is object. Can I into it? No, I can't. Okay. We are going to do a creep to object and pass it in the creep. Oh, this is the closest enemy. And then you have to be a reference. So then, okay, now I can get a range to that creep. So if you're less than 5, then go ahead and attack it. If you're not in range to it, move to it. Now, if there is no enemy whatsoever, I want you to move towards the flag. So just be close to the flag. So else creep dot move to reference of state dot my flag. Okay, we're still not going to win because we're not actually attacking at all, but creep and state. We have no errors, just some warnings. I should now be able to do this again. And then I'm hoping that we can just take one out. Take one of their creeps out. Maybe, because we actually have a fighter on the... I accidentally clicked out of the game match here. All right, so... our warrior isn't moving towards the flag. Our warrior should be moving towards the flag. It's not. Why is it not? Handle fighter. Okay, so if let closest enemy object. So it should find an enemy. If let closest enemy, and if it can't find that, move towards my flag. These are my fighters. you should work. We have all that stuff doing it. I mean, are you running? Do we have a fighter to handle? So can I get the ID directly out of here using like creep.id? I don't think I can, right? No, I have to do something like this. Okay, so handling fighter, and we'll get the ID and we'll know exactly which one it really is. Handling fighter 18. So coming back to here, this is 18. So this is our fighter this go around. That does not look like it's going back towards the flag. So what's happening here? So if let sum closest enemy object. So find closest by range. So my flag, closest by range, all the enemies. So if it can find enemies, this isn't doing anything like closest by a specific range, right? No, it's not. It's just all the enemies. Okay, get all the enemies closest by range. And then, okay, so in here, so if let closest enemy state this. Oh, I need to put this on here. If you're not within 5, go back to position. It could find them, they just weren't in the right order. Okay, that's what I want to do. There we go. No warning anymore. That builds. All right, let's see if we can defeat one of his creeps. Here we go. We have a warrior, we have a ranger, and we have a healer all heading towards the flag. Having the warrior out front, having the healer behind probably would be best. We'll have to play around with it to see like what might be the optimal way of doing that. Besides just hard coding in a location on the map, which would probably be suboptimal. All right, so here they come. And I'm already heading out to go fight them. And my healer is healing them. But my healer is not good enough to heal them enough. Did I kill one of them? I don't remember. Front is where the enemy flag is, so no need to hard code, I guess. We are not always in the bottom right. So just like many games like League of Legends or StarCraft or any of those ones, we might be bottom right, but we might also be top left. So I would need to check to see what the X and Y of the flag is, and then basically like determine what back of the flag really is, then go there. But that would probably work. We'd probably hard code those 2 coordinates in. But okay, so we're getting closer. We're getting like better, and I like this new architecture that we're making. We're still losing, but do you know where the enemy flag is? Yes, it's the exact opposite. So ours is here, which is in the top in the top right, I don't know if it's very easy to see, but it's 96, 96 is the X and Y. And if I zoom out and we come over here to the enemy's base, this is 3, 3. And it's always, the two flags are always in those two positions. So either I'm in the 3, 3 position or I'm in the 96, 96 position. So that should make it easy. What I could probably do is actually, I can say, give me the flag's coordinates. And if it's greater than 50, you're in the bottom right. I mean, that actually wouldn't be too hard to do here. We can just say, in handle healer, if move handle healer, so some move to the ranger. So really, I don't want to just move to the ranger. I want this to just move to the flag, right? So what if I were to say, oh, I need to create a object with an X and Y. So utilities. So let me do this really quick. So pub function, create vector object, and then we'll just take in an X, which is what are you? Not that. The vendors. If I do, yeah, nope. Healer dot X U8. Those are U8s. So U8. Y is a U8. Gonna return an object. And so then this would be exactly the same thing as this thing here. Create a new object, reflect set, the stir, but now I'm just going to do JS value from, there is no U8, so I have to do a X, and then you are a Y, and then I return U, so now I can just do, oh, these are, I've been missing, these are unwraps. Create vector object comes into here. So regardless of whether or not there's a ranger, I want to get that. So we're going to do a healer dot move to if the flag, okay, so let's see that position equals if state dot my flag dot X. So if you're greater than 50, we know on the right hand side, and so that's, I want you to be it's 96 96, so I want down, just down one, right? So 96 97. So then I want to return 96 97. Else return like 3 2. And then my position, actually, if we think about it, this could just be that's gonna be the object, right? So create vector object. Our X is gonna be state dot my flag dot X. We can keep that one, and the Y will be what we change. So then state dot my flag dot y, in this case +1. Create vector object, state dot my flag dot x, and then state dot my flag dot y -1. Okay, then healer just move to this position. So you should now go into that correct position and be protected. It'll be farther away and we're not able to heal the healer anymore. Sorry, it will not be able to heal the fighter quite as well, but that's probably okay. Hey, there's our healer down here. Our fighter right here. That's pretty good. We killed their healer. That's a good thing. A ranger, we're killing. We didn't kill their ranger. We got killed by their warrior. Okay, not terrible. Much better. So in the meantime, we could probably just send a bunch of enemies out to go, or a bunch of our creeps out to go take them out. But I'm gonna have to think about what that strategy is gonna be, and we'll do that. We'll do that probably next time. Okay, so do I? I don't have anything. Hero Dev is live. Hero Dev, it looks like, is doing a C++ dev, writing some shaders, looking at some others. There's some Go code. Not seen any I'm not really seeing any like Rust code off of my list. So let's go ahead and set up a raid for Hero Dev. I'm gonna be going off and getting lunch because it's half an hour after I would usually start making that. It's gonna take me like half an hour, 45 minutes to make it. So I need to go do that. Where's my thing? It's up here. Nope, that was a marker. I want to dev, set up the raid. All right, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. We're doing these game streams with Rust and Screeps every Sunday, starting around 7:30, 8 o'clock a.m. Mountain Time, and then going around to 12 p.m. So a long stream. During the weekdays, I do sort of more businessy project type stuff where I'm making like a Rust web server, front end, other stuff like web development in Rust. And so I'll be working on that starting tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Mountain Time, and it's about for an hour or so until my work starts. So with that, have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Source flag is the old destination flag because the argument of functions